Con. Today we're playing Final Fantasy XIV and we are continuing with MSQ. We're also doing a leveling roulette whenever that pops as Pictomancer. But other than that, we'll be doing MSQ as Astrologian. It's clearly not a person, but it doesn't look like any automation or magitek weapon I've ever seen. As far and wide as you've travelled though, perhaps you've encountered something similar before. Would you mind taking a closer look? It may yield to some clues as to Zoraljar's new powers. Examine the falling soldier. You may move the camera as well as zoom in or out, target the area and inspect it with middle left mouse button. From a distance, it appeared to be simple armor, but upon closer inspection, its construction is quite intricate. The material from which it is made is unclear, and you see no signs of a power source. In the place of where eyes or a mouth should be, you see a strange sigil on the front of this helm. The general shape for this weapon resembles a gun, but its construction suggests it's far more advanced than anything you've seen before. I know we're gonna have a full cutscene, aren't we? That's what I thought. I guess we missed this one and go to the next one. So, what do you think? It's unlike anything I've ever seen. Indeed, while it resembles a person, it has features that make it uncanny. Lack of a face, not least of all. Did you see any sign of a power source? So, it probably doesn't run on cerulean or any other conventional fuels. I tried channeling Aether into it earlier, but there was no response. That would seem to rule it out as an arcane entity. It's completely lifeless now, a far cry from the unstoppable enemy it was in battle. Even the material it's made of is a mystery. Rather than a metal, it's more akin to a stone. Wait, haven't we seen this somewhere recently? We have, in the Skydeep Synod. That's right, the glowing stone used in the chamber with the gate to this golden city. But while the soldiers are a different colour, the warships are the same black as the stone of the gate itself. There has to be a connection. Let's share our observations with the others when we gather at some perch. The sooner we get to the bottom of this mystery, the better. Okay, I'm gonna re-queue, and this time I will not miss it. Might those be famous last words? Possibly.
Thank you for coming, everyone. And thank you for taking charge in the relief effort. We would have fared far worse without you.
Someone had to do it, that's all. Come, let's take stock.
In terms of casualties, at least 50 died in the attack. And many times that number are wounded. All available healers are seen to their care. Structural damage at least is limited, so essential business can be conducted without issue. That said, the people are understandably shaken. We must assuage their fears, and begin working to restore things to normal as quickly as possible.
Now, the most confounding mystery remains our enemy. And their mechanical soldiers created with technology that surpasses anything I've ever seen. What is their nature? And how did Zoralja manage to bring them under his command? Such things remain unknown.
They emerged from the dome encasing Yasolani. We're quite certain of that much.
Speaking of the dome, we have some theories, I'm told.
Indeed. I would like to call upon some helpers to join the discussion. May I invite them here?
By all means.
It's me. Permission has been granted. You can come in.
Greetings, everyone.
I haven't seen that cat boy in so long. Or Stola. What's his name? Graha.
Raha! Y'shtola!
After that long voyage, I had hoped that we might be afforded a moment's rest, but I gather circumstances are quite dire.
All is well in the Annex, never fear. I've already dealt with the most pressing matters, and others hold the fort in my absence.
Following the changing of Dawn servants, Galul Jar Jar spoke about the Golden City to his two successors. Thanks to Wuglamat, I was allowed to attend that meeting. What I heard led me to conclude that this was a matter for the students. Thus did I call upon our comrades who possess the requisite expertise. It was actually after that the dome manifested. But, based on what we know, I have reason to believe that it is connected to the Golden City.
While we're eager to help, we have limited familiarity with the situation. Might we trouble you to explain from the beginning?
As you know, it was a letter I found tucked away in the Baldessian Annex that brought me to Tural.
I hope this cutscene isn't too long.
A letter from the Dawn servant, addressed to my grandfather, sent some 20 years ago.
But I want to miss the dungeon again.
The request to investigate the City of Gold.
Indeed. The strange thing is, there was mention of neither Tural nor the city in our records. Hoping to learn the truth of my grandfather's mission, what he did and saw, I volunteered to help in the rite of succession. At the end of which, I was able to hear the tale from Galul Jar Jar. Like us, My grandfather went to the deepest chamber of the sky deep cenote. And, like us, he saw the gate to the Golden City.
Is that what you required our help with? This gate?
It was. You see, the gate was opened once in the past. And
It led to another reflection.
I can take the story from here. Considering my part in these affairs, I reckon maybe I'm best equipped to speak on the matter. I was there too, you see. In those ruins, together with Galuf and Galul Jaja. And what I saw that day, I'll never forget.
This black stone is remarkable. I cannot help but wonder if the structures in this part of the ruins were built by a completely different civilization.
It was over 1,000 years ago that the giants mined here. Their records make no mention of glowing stones.
It harbors high concentrations of ether, and on the surface are what appear to be arcane patterns. They aren't Allegan, or Mahi, or Nemean. If anything, they put me in mind of the calculations of the South Sea Islanders, but even then...
Seven hells! What did you do?
Nothing.
An earthquake?
None of this has ever happened before.
A void gate? Nay, this is different.
Wow. Is that Krile?
Baby? Now hold on. Why would you...
Now what's this?
What is this? Who are you?
Though it never opened again, Galuf continued to study the gate for years after that, hoping to learn something of value. All he could conclude was that it was built with unknown technology, and that it led to another world, one apart from the Void. We'd assumed the ruins themselves were the Golden City, only to discover that the real prize actually lay beyond the gate, and beyond our reach. Couldn't make head nor tail of the artifact, either. As it had similar properties to the black stone in the ruins, we were convinced it was important, so Galul Jaja took it to the palace for safekeeping. Galuf, meanwhile, took the baby with him back to Sharlayan and raised her as his own.
Then the child was...
Oh my god, we're not gonna make it again.
The earring inside the letter to my grandfather. It was apparently found amongst my swaddling clothes.
If this is true, then it means that you hail from another reflection.
So it would seem. I still struggle to take it all in myself. Looking back, Grandfather was always quick to seek distractions whenever I broached the subject. But never would I have guessed anything like this. But enough about me. We have more pressing matters.
The forces that assailed Tuliyola. You suspect they are somehow connected to the Golden City?
Thinking back on it, the soldiers looked like they could have been made from the same black stone.
And leading them was Zeralja. His involvement also lends weight to the thing. On the day of the succession ceremony, a bandit took me unawares and knocked me out. When I came to, I found my home turned upside down, with a few particular items missing. Namely the keystones I was entrusted with, for my role as Watcher of the Gate.
The bandit, you believe that it was...
I only got a glimpse of him, but I was a blue-scaled Hubigo. I know of no other.
The artifact stored at the palace was also stolen. The thief struck during the ceremony, and the guard was spread thin.
So our assumption is Zoralja somehow opened that gate to another reflection, where he acquired advanced technology and his mechanical army.
It fits. And if he did, then it's also likely that the dome is a product of this unknown reflection.
Hold on. We've been going on and on about the reflections. But what of my home? What's become of it?
We're going to find out.
Indeed. Where it concerns other realities, I dare say the Scions are best suited to tackle the task.
You can say that again. We've been to the literal edge of existence. Some mysterious giant dome shouldn't scare us.
As you know, our order has ostensibly disbanded. We'd thank you to be discreet about our unofficial reunion.
Huh. Worry not. We'll spare no effort to get to the bottom of this. And with our hero eager to help, you can be confident of the results.
I'm coming with you. If that's where my brother is, then that's where I must go. I can't say I understand everything you're discussing, but I know what I have to do. I have to put a stop to Zoralja and restore the people's happiness.
Suffice it to say, I share Lamachi's desire to join you. However, under these circumstances, it would be unwise for both vows to be absent from the city. As such, I shall remain in Tuliolol. Come what may, I will protect our nation. So go forth, sister, and do what you must.
Thank you.
It may be prudent for us to likewise divide our forces. While one group ventures into the dome, the other keeps guard without.
Agreed. There's something I wish to investigate out here, so I will remain.
I as well. The enemy's warships still loom overhead, and I would see that we're prepared for the worst.
I wish to go to the dome. As a student, I have an obligation to investigate this potential threat to the world. But I'd be lying if I said I'm not deathly curious about my origins. If there's aught to be learned, then I want to learn it.
In that case, please let me come too. I have to see what's become of my home. I may not be a fighter, but I know those lands like the back of my hand. I can guide you.
If you hadn't offered, I would have asked. We're counting on you.
I'm not one for waiting around, so if it's all the same to you, I'll join the dome crew.
You should accompany them, Graha. I expect your knowledge and experience will be useful. In the meantime, I intend to learn what I can about the gate, and will keep you apprised of my findings. Pray do the same.
Assuming communication is possible from inside the dome, we'll maintain contact and share any developments.
It seems our teams are assembled. A fine roster, I think.
Looks good to me. We'll find a way to deal with the threat. For the sake of Tural.
It's truly heartening to have you at our side for this. Thank you, everyone. Now, before we set off, there's one thing I need to do. The people are still shaken by the attack, and I'd like to reassure them as best I can.
I know what I have to do now. Just a one-liner. I know we're in a hurry to set off, but before we do, I need to address my people. The peace we sought to uphold has been shattered. They need to understand what's happened and how we intend to fix it. So I want to call an assembly at the Winged Walk and assure them that all will be well. But shaken as they are, I don't know how many will come. It's those who are most distressed that truly need to hear your words. If you like, I shall seek out such souls and encourage them to attend. I'll help too. This is an important step in the city's recovery. Care to join us, Alulu? While you handle that, Erinville and I will see to provisions for the expedition. Thank you. I'll go on ahead and have the Landsguard announce the address. People must first know there's going to be one before they can decide whether or not they want to hear it. If you could see to the Resplendent Quarter and Bayside Bevy, Alizé and I will split the rest of the city between us. I don't even know if that's faster. If Tuliolal falls to the enemy, what will happen to us? To our homes, our farms, everything we've worked so hard to build. Lives and communities and histories, all reduced to ash by this merciless villains. I heard Val Vuklamat is planning to address the people, but what's the point? What can she and her brother possibly have to say? Really? The Dawn Servants have a plan already? We've lost so much yet they're prepared to carry on. And standing around worrying about what's to come will change nothing. It would be a lie to say I'm hopeful for the future, but I will go hear what they intend to do. It's not safe here, not anymore. I could try to leave Tural, but where else is there to go? You look like the well-travelled sort. Please, I can't stay here. But I fear nowhere in Tural is beyond the enemy's reach. What if the lands across the Sol? I know. Even if I ran, I know I'd regret it in the end. I love Tural. It's my home, and I know the Dawn Servants would give their lives to defend her. I will put my faith in them and listen to what they have to say. Checking on everyone, are you? The city's definitely seeing better days, but we can only spare so much time for mourning. Only by looking to the future can we overcome this crisis, and we all need to do our part. I have no doubt Val Wicklamutt and Val Kwana will share similar sentiments with their address. The person does not need to be persuaded to attend Wicklamutt's address. It's like someone hidden over here. Otherwise we just go back up. I guess we go up. Please, leave me be. My father is gone. Leave me to mourn. Ulul Jaja is slain, and yet Val Wicklamutt and Val Kwana still fight for our nation, for us. Very well. If they would speak, the least I can do is listen. I can't leave now. What if those soldiers come back? And what are those strange machines looming overhead? Gods, I have so many questions. I see. I would put my mind at ease to learn something. Anything of the threat we face. Alright then, I'll go to the Winged Walk. Thank you. I feel better already. And likely better still once I hear what the Dawn servants have to say. I need to stock up food and medicine as much as I can. And what else is there? I can't afford to forget anything. Sorry miss, but I'm busy. Too much to do in too little time. There's no telling when those stone men will return. I have to get out of here, find somewhere safe. Val Wicklamutt wants to speak to us? Perhaps she has a plan then. I suppose there's no harm in hearing what she has to say. Whatever it is, I don't have time. I have to finish repairing this cart. There's only so much I can carry on my back. When those hollow devils come again, I need to be ready. Val Wicklamutt and Val Kwana mean well, but they're young and inexperienced. They can barely look after themselves. If we're to survive, I do not know if we can count on them. They're going to strike back at the enemy? So, they're resolved to face us? Maybe it is too early to be thinking of running. Alright, I'll go and hear their address. It looks like you bought quite a few people. Thank you. Elsa actually returned ahead of you, but upon hearing that you were still out there, she decided she was unsatisfied with your own efforts and left again. My apologies in involving you all in Torali affairs. We are simply helping dear friends in need. Having travelled the lands of Tural, sharing in the rich cultures of your people, I can see it no other way. What's more, Zoralja and his army pose a threat not only to Tural, but to the Star as a whole. We will stand with you to protect what you hold dear. Thank you. I don't expect you've had much, if any, rest. How are you holding up? I'm fine, thanks to a little encouragement from Zalulu. You needn't worry about me either. Whatever weariness I feel is no match for my desire to protect people. We restore peace to the nation and preserve our father's legacy. It begins by speaking to the people from our hearts. Right. We need to see to a few things first, but feel free to go ahead to the plaza and wait. Their father raised them well. That he did.
Lamachi, are you all right?
Yes, don't worry. I'm ready for it. The fear, and sadness, and anger. Everything.
I am the reason to your resolve. But more than that, I am your brother. You needn't bear this burden alone. Remember this.
As you likely already know, my father, our former Dawn servant, lost his life in the recent attack. He challenged the enemy leader to a duel and fought with skill and valor, and for a moment we believed he had won. But wielding an unknown power, his foe returned from death and struck him down. I could only watch as this happened. I could not tarnish my father's honor by interfering. Many of you have suffered terribly. You've taken wounds. You've lost friends and family. As vow of resolve, I failed in my duty to protect you. Words can't express the shame and regret I feel. And as much as it pains me to reveal this, the enemy leader was none other than my brother Zoralsha.
Zoralsha? It's true! I saw him!
We believe he staged the attack from Yasulani, which has been encased within a mysterious dome. I know that you're concerned for your loved ones there as well. But mark my words, I won't let Zoralsha torment us any further. Our father gave his life to protect our nation, and I'm prepared to do the same.
You say that, but those metal monstrosities are still up there in the sky. What are you going to do about them?
The enemy is still on our doorstep, and waiting for them to strike again accomplishes nothing. That's why we're going to strike first. We are going to take the battle straight to Zoralsha and put an end to it all.
And while my sister sallies forth, I will take charge of the city's defenses. Not another soul will come to harm. We swear to you.
Like our father before us, we will lead with resolve and reason to restore peace to our nation. So please, have patience and faith.
So the resolve goes on the attack, while reason shores up the defenses. Sounds like a fine plan. Needless to say, you can count on my sword. Dural's my home, and I'll do my part for it. Hear, hear, brother. That makes two of us. Or was that two of we? Never mind that. What of the rest of you? Will you let others do the work? Or will you do your part and fight?
We fight! We fight! We're two Leolans because we're united! We'll stand with you and weather this storm!
He's right. This is our nation, and it falls to us to protect it.
We'll fight too! For Tuliolal!
Me too! Me too!
We're all together in this!
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
We've already learned much about our foe, and we will continue to learn more. In time, we will have the means to make their warships fall from the sky. When we join hands with our countrymen and our allies from afar, we're stronger than we dare to hope. Together, let us show the enemy the might of Tuliolal.
You are the beating heart of our nation, each and every one of you. Uncertain days lie ahead, but for now, I ask you to persevere, to go about your lives as you always do. Only then can we ensure we have the resources to see our nation through these trials. And when the time comes, we will strike. Tuliyola will not fall. We will prevail, and peace and happiness will be ours again.
Listening to Uklamat and Koana, I was reminded of my time in the First. While the Exarch was no king, I found myself speaking before the people of the Crystarium in a like manner, and through their deeds they answered me. The people of Tural too will rise to occasion, this I can tell. Well, the hour of departure is at hand. Those of us remaining here shall accompany you part of the way. I, for one, would like to see the dome firsthand. We set forth as soon as everyone is ready. I will inform Wuklamat that Diawala. Ah, Lamati. We were just planning to call on you. Are you ready to leave? I am. Seeing the people come together as one, knowing that they haven't given up hope, it was all the encouragement I could ask for. Alright then, let's get going. We leave from the Jacques Tural Skygate. But I think I'm just gonna wait until I hit what's it, 97 on Astrologian. Then I'll switch to doing the MSQ as Pictomancer, and then I'll also queue up then. Then if I'm caught in a cutscene, I can just go into the dungeon and then come back out and then skip to where I was in the cutscene. Everyone's here? Good. This is it, my friends. We go to strike down Zoralja and secure peace for Tuliolal. We'll be passing through Shaloni, where there are being reports of enemy movement, so stay sharp. Shalawani, isn't it? The Landsguard had told me about them. They emerged from the dome in quick succession and took to looming overhead. A display of force, like the vessels in Tuliolal. Indeed. And while they haven't taken any aggressive actions, I want to see how things are in the area before moving on. We'll be passing a few settlements on the way to Shaloni Station. It's the perfect opportunity to look around. In that case, Zelulu and I know a few locals who can help. Then let's divide into two groups. Erinville, LSA and Zelulu will come with me to inquire with the locals. Meanwhile, the rest of you can go and inspect the dome. Understood. Once everyone is finished, let us reconvene at Shaloni Station. We can start with Hutsatahui. That's where the Dust Watch is based, if I remember correctly. You do. The Sheriff Kemaka should be able to tell us a few things. nearly forgot that I can just teleport there. Oh, it's you two, and NLB, Val Booklamard as well. You're the Sheriff of Dustwatch, yes? What's the situation here in Hutsatawi? Well, the enemy hasn't tried to pick a fight with us yet. The ships gave us a shock when they first appeared, but they've just been floating there, holding position. That said, I've received some unsettling reports from elsewhere. We've been investigating it to the extent we can, but we're spread thin and haven't looked in on Shishawezi Springs yet. Apparently mechanical soldiers were seen in the vicinity. What? If this is true, then there are people in danger. I worry about other townships as well. If the rest of you could head to the springs, I'll pay a visit to Miwahesoan. I'll accompany Erenville. See you all in a while. And all clear this way. The mechanical soldiers don't seem to be in the area. Still, we should talk to the locals. Let's each make rounds and see what we can learn. Oh, you're the one that helped us the other day. Well, Alika and the others are out investigating, but they've confirmed that Nito is safe. It was after the train had begun its journey back here that the dome appeared. So those who are riding the train then are fine. But we don't know what's become of those who disembarked in Yasulani. What a mess. And just after we finish fixing the tracks, the mechanical soldier shows no signs of life. It appears to have been run through with a pole arm. Zalulu, you came. As you can see, we're doing alright. After those ships appeared in the sky, soldiers clad in white showed up and surrounded the town. But to our surprise and relief, a traveller came along and dealt with them all in a flash. I'll never forget the way he soared through the air, spear in hand. Shame I never had the chance to ask his name. We're all thanks safe to him, but I can't say the same for those in Yasulani. We haven't heard from anyone there. I hope Namika as well. You heard about the spearman as well? That couldn't be anyone else. What's this? Someone spreading more gossip about me? Talk of how I saved the town's travels fast. That's not to discount the help of my friend here, of course. We gave those machines a real beating. I thought you'd come sooner or later. Do you know what's happening? So you were indeed the one keeping people safe. Thank you. Think nothing of it. The automata aren't particularly strong. But the rumors are true? Gulul Jaja's slain? I'm afraid so. Soral Jaj used some dirty trick to get the better of him. We'll make him pay for what he's done. Mark my words. You're going to help her, I assume? I see. With your contingent, you won't lack for strength. In which case, I will remain in Charloani and keep an eye on things. That helps us more than you know. I'll send word to my brother before we set off. If you find yourself in trouble, don't hesitate to contact Koana. Koana? Brother? Wait a second, you're the Val of Resolve? I am. And you're Zakoa, right? I'll be counting on you to keep everyone here safe. Absolutely. If more of those hollow men show up, I'll send them packing. I'm the fastest gun in Charlawani, after all. Zalulu can attest to that. I'm glad to hear it. We'll leave Charlawani in your capable hands. Let's get patrolling right away then. Stay safe out there, and don't do anything reckless. Wasted words, eh? Just do what comes naturally. Right then, it's time we headed to the station and join the others. There's no teleport to the station. Thanks to Estinian, there were no casualties to speak of in Charlawani. The Hitsaru were safe as well. At the very least, there were no sightings of soldiers here. What about the dome? Did you learn anything of note? It is composed of exceedingly high concentrations of lightning energy. To even touch the barrier would prove fatal. When approaching it, we must exercise all caution. Then, how are we supposed to get inside? If Saralja and his army emerged from within, there ought to be an entrance. An entrance, you say? It so happens we might have an inkling where one is. These are the engineers of Shaktaral Railin, which operates the train between Charlawani and Yasulani. When we went out to recover the train, we had ourselves a good look at the dome, bought it through a telescope. It was then when we saw it, a large fortress-like structure that looked like it straddled the dome's edge. You're telling us part of it is inside and part of it outside? That seemed to be the case, yes. While we only observed from afar, the soldiers were coming and going from it. From that, I'd say it serves as a passage between the outside world and whatever's inside. But as you'd expect, the area was heavily defended. It won't be easy to get near. Do you know what became of the passengers who went to Yasulani? Wuklamat's nursemaid was among them, a woman named Namika. What? I'm afraid not. Only those passengers who are headed back here were accounted for. I can say for a fact that everything was fine when we arrived in Yasulani. But when that big tremor struck not long after we left the station, I hit the emergency brakes and looked back, and all I could see was the dome. What's more, the fortress sits right on the tracks of all places. What are the odds of that, eh? Assuming this fortress serves as a means to pass through the dome, we should first determine how we're to reach it undetected. I don't care if we're detected, I say we just smash our way inside. Despite how that sounds, I actually gave this some thought. Zoralja wants me to prove I'm father's worthy successor. If I fail, he'll destroy Tuliolal. By charging in head on, I make my intentions plain as day, and in doing so, keep his eyes on me. A bold strategy, I like it. Of course, your plan will be no good if you're cut down before reaching their base. What you need is something that'll get you there quick and break through their defences with a single decisive blow. And we have just that. Since the tracks go straight to the fortress, we can reinforce the train with armour, load her with all the fuel she'll carry, and send her hurtling at it to explode on impact. Chief, have you gone insane? You were just saying how relieved you were the train's in one piece, and now you want to turn it into a bomb? The train's not important. Our dream was to have railroads running from coast to coast, remember? If these invaders have their way, there may not be any more railroads, let alone trains to run on them. Is that what you want? It's a sacrifice we have to make. These good folks are willing to put up their lives on the line to get inside that dome and put a stop to all this. The least we can do is help them. But Chief, listen, no matter how hard things can get, no matter how times we fall, we can always get back up. As long as we're alive, we can always build another train. So have faith and quit your complaining. But what if we fall really, really hard? There's no getting back up if we're dead. No one's dying on this train. I'll see to it myself. Needless to say, this will be a one-way trip, and we'll need to jump off at the last moment if we don't want to go out in a blaze of glory. You alright with that? There's no changing your mind, is there? Just promise me you'll be careful out there, honey. We'll keep your wife safe, we promise. I'll hold you to it. Can't start a family business without her, much less a family. It'd be a lie to say the loss of the train doesn't concern me. But with good friends and my loving wife beside me, that's all I really need in the end. Well, at least it'll go down as the legendary train that saved Tural. That it will, but first we've got to do more work so she'll look the part. I don't know much about Magitek, but if there's anything I can do to help, you need but say the word. Well, keep that in mind. And if any of you are willing and able to lend a hand, there's work that needs doing over at the storehouse. It seems we have a path forward. I believe this is a good time for me to return to Tuliolal and confer and inform Koana of the situation. I shall return as well. I have new investigations to pursue. The dome's elemental aspect is similar to that of the gate in the Golden City. If we can identify a connection, we may learn something in use of our flight. It's one mystery after the next, but at least we're not without clues. It may not be easy, but I know we can get through this together. Even only just having met them, I can see how important the train is to Walika and the engineers. We can't let their sacrifice be for nothing. We'll make this plan work. We'll see. No, we talked to Graha to begin. While I have no objections to the plan itself, I have one concern. How can we be certain that Zoralja will not strike Tuliolal in retaliation? I considered the possibility, but when my brother told me to come myself and prove it, he meant it. He wants to show us that his kingdom is superior to Tuliolal, and it'll give him no satisfaction to attack when he knows I'm not there. No, he'll be waiting inside the dome, waiting for us to challenge him so he can crush us and prove his strength. Indeed. If anything, we're more likely to put Tuliolal in danger by not taking the fight to him. So we indulge Zoralja, at least until Tuliolal has shored up its defences. Right, we'll charge him from the front and keep his eyes on us, during which time Koana will find a way to fortify Tuliolal. If you believe this is the best course, then we shall trust in your judgment. I expect there will be no small enemy I expect there will be no small amount of enemy resistance, but we will do all in our power to assist you. Thank you. Well, time is of the essence. Let's go and see what's left to be done for the train. Okay, I'll put the ad on now for people on Twitch. So I can't keep delaying it forever, unfortunately. And I'll just chill here for like a minute 50. Check some stuff. Yes, so we've learned quite a few interesting things today. The dome is a big bad lightning shield. Kryl is from another world. And the train The train is being turned into a bomb. I honestly think that might be my favorite part. The bomb train. Okay, as ended for Twitch, so we will continue. Looks like work is getting underway. We'll finish in no time at all. So, what can we do to help? No need to hold back. As I understand it, the two of you met your fair share of craftsmen during the Rite of Succession. Or would you happen to know a few who'd be willing to come and help us complete modifications to the train? Of course. What sort of craftsman did you have in mind? Let's see now. Perhaps my greatest concern is keeping the train safe from enemy attacks. Even with you all aboard to fend them off, it'd be over in an instant if they managed to get just one good hit on the cerulean tanks. According to eyewitnesses, the soldiers used lightning-based weapons, so I've mind to install grounding rods. Would you happen to know a carpenter who could handle that? We could ask Wuk-Evu, a master carpenter from Okanu, hey? If they're willing, we'd be glad to have them. No objections from me. Just be sure to not forget their traditional greeting. But we'll need more than just a carpenter if we want this done in a timely fashion. We've got a lot of equipment that needs moving. Heavy equipment. I don't suppose you know anyone up to the task. Perhaps Zermerwer can help. Zermerwer would be perfect. We'd be hard pressed to find folks stronger than the Yokhoi, and I'm sure he'd be willing to help. You're friends with the Yokhoi? I'll be damned. We'll not want for strength with help like that. Next, I'd like to outfit the train with some powerful weaponry of its own. Like as not, the soldiers will be riding their flying vessels. We'll need countermeasures to deal with them. That's true. I, for one, can't use magic. Nor am I handy with a firearm like my brother. Any ideas for ranged weapons we can use? Let's borrow guns from Koana for everyone. Guns, hey? While they'd be suitable in theory, it takes no ordinary marksman to hit a flying target. So it'd be something that doesn't require that level of skill and precision. But weapons aren't exactly my field of expertise. Perhaps I can be of assistance. The Crystarium employed aetheric cannons for its defences, and I see no reason why the design can't be adopted for your train. While I did not conceive them myself, I know their design. It should be possible to build them here, provided we have the requisite materials and skilled smiths. Now that sounds like something Fonjontaine can help with. What are the materials we need? The barrel can be fashioned from any metal, so long as it's highly conductive to aether. To power the cannon, we will require fire-aspected crystals of the highest purity. Fire crystals, eh? Might be, as the miners over at the springs can help with that. That doesn't sound right. Whatever. Then, if I could leave the crystals and smiths in everyone's hands, I shall get started drawing up the schematics. Right then, I'll secure us the smiths. In the meantime, could you deal with the materials? Shinza is in charge of our supplies, so it might be good to talk to him about it first. Well, I think we're set for a plan. Thanks for the consultation. Now, let's get this train dressed up and give her the proper farewell she deserves. The plan's coming together. To make good speed, I'm going to try and enlist some more help from our friends, from among our friends back in Dawntrail. I'll leave the materials in your care. I think I saw Shinza over to the southeast. Where is Shinza? Over there. That should be enough lumber for the armor. What else do we need? Oh, sorry. I didn't see you there. What can I do for you? Etheric cannons? Interesting. I have an idea where we can get the conductive metal, so I'll take care of it. I'm not sure about the fire crystals though. Might be best if you spoke directly with a miner. Can I leave that to you? Great. You're friends with Iate, aren't you? One of the best miners around. If anyone can get you the crystals you're after, it's her. Oh. Oh, Zelulu. What brings you around these parts? The purest fire crystals, you say? I think I heard tell about them before, but what was that about? Now I remember. Cerulean Analas. You can find them to the south of the town. They actually ingest fire crystals and keep them in their gut, if you can believe. If you want the purest crystals though, you have to go after the oldest, toughest Analas. Nothing you can't handle, right? I'll show you where you can find some to hunt. Looking forward to see why Erenville thinks so highly of you. There's quite a lot of fiery wildlife in this parts. We think it's due to the cerulean, but no one can say for sure. Still, it's not often that you see the bigger dominating sort, and that's what you need. What you have to do is hunt down a few of their kind, establish yourself as a threat. That's known to draw out the leader. That's the spirit. While you're on the hunt, I'll keep watching nearby to make sure no hapless travelers come stumbling in. We're going to have to kill this guy on the way. I should have had my cards, like, ready way before this. I'm gonna have no cards for this fight. At least not initially. Not like it's gonna make much difference. Oh. I guess I will have cards. Probably one of them helps with the damage. Is this a target? Probably. Seems tanky enough. Amazing. You dealt with all the beasts in no time at all. You need the crystal sliver to Shinza. I'll see that he gets it. These fire crystals are for the train, aren't they? I heard about your plans to enter the dome. I want to thank you for going to such lengths to stop these invaders. And although he grumbled if he knew I was asking this, please take care of a Linge PR. Anyway, I'd best be on my way, and you as well. In case you're going to meet her, I saw Book Lamont headed for the station. Shinza told me you got the crystals for him? Good work. I've just returned from looking for extra help. We'll see in a moment who answers the call. All will be in readiness for them when they arrive. Damn it, I'm idle for a moment, and all I can think about is my home. Keep your chin up, Erinville. We'll be on our way soon, and we'll find your mother. It'll be good to see her after all these years. There's so much that I'd like to ask her about a time together with Papa. Oh, she'll talk your ears off. Once my mother starts, there's no stopping her. I wouldn't want it any other way. Right, let's return to helping where we can. The real work begins when the extra hands arrive. Thanks for making the trek here. To be honest, I wasn't expecting so many of you. Since the attack on Tuliolal, I've been wondering if there are aught I can do to help. So when I heard about the upcoming operation from Valquana, I leapt at the chance to do my part. Peace will be restored, and then we can all enjoy a nice cup of mezcal. This is our home, and we'll do whatever it takes to keep it safe. While I assist with the efforts here, High Luminary Gerfaler does the same at the capital. I'm truly grateful. With all of us working together, there's nothing we can't accomplish. Let's get to it, my friends. Yes, let's get to it. Alright everyone, that'll do it. Now you've done your part, leave it to us to finish mounting the armor and cannons, and you can have yourself a hard-earned rest. Thank you all again for answering the call. No need to thanks now. Whenever you need help, just give us a holler. Indeed, we must all do our part when our nation is imperiled. Here, we love Taral, and we love you, Varvuklamat. I love you all too. Your kindness and goodwill will not be in vain. This I promise. Thanks again for all your help. Wouldn't have been able to finish so quickly without you. Go and rest up, friend. Won't be long before the train's ready. So I would believe that that is the last quest in this area. Which then... My quest is level 97. That is slightly annoying. I'm expecting it to be like a dungeon soon, like 2 or 3 quests in. I can start the quest as Pictomancer at least, so we will do that. I'll go on a break, like 5 minutes, Just trying to think. Yeah, like 5 minutes. So 5-minute break, then we come back, queue up. Actually, wait, how long is the queue? Okay, we queue up now. Do the break, come back, probably do the first cutscene for this. And then probably the dungeon pops. And then we continue the MSQ as Astrologian. And hopefully we complete the 97 dungeon today. Yes, I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Hello, I'm back. That was definitely longer than 5 minutes. Oops, I should have put 10. Anyway. I should continue this queue, although, okay, based on the average wait time, we should be able to get, I don't know, this might be a long cutscene. I have a feeling like this is going to be a long cutscene. Maybe I just shouldn't. Are there any fates up that people are doing? None that people are doing. I might just run off and go do the fate while I wait for this to pop. Because I have a feeling like the cutscene's going to be like 20 minutes or something. I did not know that there are like scorpions here. I never went to this particular part of this area, as you can see by like being, you know, not detailed on the map, like, what do you call, fogged out. To be honest, fogged out are some words, but probably not the best choice of words. How are these guys hurt? Maybe I can't do 3 at once. We should stick with 1 at a time. We are easily going to complete this. Oh, that's a big pull now. think that's the last one that I aim to kill. Yep, that fate's done. Now it has a bonus, but I don't know if we're going to complete that one in time. I probably can't do breaking the jaw. Don't know about hit subtle healer? It's like a maybe one. Alright, I'm already in combat. I can't do the fast motif. There's no way we're completing this fate in time. Or is there? Ow. I want to get the reward. Nice, we got it. What's this? Dusk Vigil? Stone Vigil. We have the spear. Big damage. Holy crap! This Dark Knight's really going for it, aren't they? Is actual pulling all the way to the boss? I should probably use my palm. I should have used it way earlier than that. Okay, I guess it's not wall to wall. Yeah, they probably didn't want to pull through that because that's just like extra unavoidable damage. They would have made it like much messier. We do have Moogleless combat. I really, really do love Smudge. It's like such a nice skill. Okay, I guess that timing was a bit off. Are we just fighting here? Maybe not. To be fair, those ice sprites should be really, really easy for the tank to take care of. Oh wait, they changed this battle area. Okay, so if I can fit in like 10 seconds I get a Mog attack. It looks like now they just all come from that direction and disappear when they hit this wall. No, I think we get another one of these. Oh no, I didn't need to do that, but whatever, we get another one. God, everything just gets flattened so hard. This is, yeah, dive bombs, basically. Honestly, I just think I cast the motif when he's up in the air every time. I think that's good enough. Okay, that doesn't grow. It doesn't go up again soon, right? Right? Maybe not. Oh, it does. I left so fast. So it looks like I have to do this dungeon again as picked a minutes tomorrow. Or something. If I want 97 on it. Anyway, back to astrology. Because we have to continue the quests. Continue the MSQ. Okay. From here on out, we won't stop working till the train's ready. If you have any preparations, now would be a good time to see to them. The boarding call will come before you know it. Where did I put my water? Oh, it's over there. I shall go get it real quick.
Right, we're just about done with the modifications, but I have to stress that we cannot afford a test run.
It's fine. We understand and accept the risks. We have faith in you and your craft.
No cheese
I'm
run,
sure
huh?
everything will go to plan. With all the hard work everyone's put in, it couldn't be otherwise.
Finished at last! Behold, the pinnacle of locomotive engineering, the Dawn Blazer.
I can't help but be reminded of the Russian tanks. You know, like the ones where they've just like thrown a whole bunch of metal on the top and sides.
Amazing!
It has the same kind of vibes.
Yep, she's been fitted with wooden armor and a crystal grounding rod to mitigate the effects of lightning. Naturally, we had to overhaul the engine so it could handle the extra weight.
I also had her outfitted with the ferric cannons, the better to contend with enemy forces. And as they're modelled upon those used at the Crystarium, I can attest to their potency.
So, what do you reckon? Given the tight turnaround, I'd say we did a damn good job.
It's a shame we have to blow her up.
Glad she's to your liking. I hate to let go of such a beautiful piece of machinery, but I know you'll give her a proper send-off for us.
At the risk of spoiling the mood, we should probably get moving.
Yep, you won't get far if you let them pummel you from the air, but you'll be safe enough once you reach the tunnel.
In that case, I will conceal the train with a spell once everyone is on board. It should last long enough for us to reach the tunnel unnoticed.
Right. So everyone, are we ready?
We've done all we can. Rest is up to you.
I won't let you down. All aboard!
It's time for our one-way ticket to hell.
Vanish.
God damn, that's
This
fast.
speed, we should arrive at the dome in no time at all.
But not before we're spotted, I expect. Stay alert!
Here we go. Stand fast, everyone!
No, you don't. They've switched to firearms!
Oh dear.
Raha, jump!
take over for me.
Is she parrying bullets with her axe?
End of the line, everyone!
Yeah, if you think about like how fast that train is going, the distance is like the distance, yeah, between where the first people jumped off and where the last people jumped off is like entire kilometers, isn't it? But then we all got together.
Oh, that was too close. Still alive, Erinville?
Mostly.
At last, the enemy stronghold. We should hurry before they can regroup.
Let's go and find out what's inside.
It's a dungeon, isn't it? I thought the dungeon would be like slightly further away. Okay, I'll run the ad so there is no ad for people on Twitch inside the dungeon. Ow. And I will eat a banana in preparation for the dungeon. Is there just one symbol? Oh no, it's It's the MSQ symbol and a map link. Okay. Right, yeah, I usually just use this. I never actually, like, clicked on that. Yes, we are going to play with other people, because this is an MMO and you're meant to do that. XIV, Vanguard. Whoa, we're all Lullas. Lullafell gang! How big are the pools gonna be? I did not mean to pop that fast. Why did I take damage? Was there something I just did not see? There might have been one of those that I just didn't see. First boss battle. Wait, Healer's Conjunction? Wait, what? Yeah, I don't know that mechanic. Apparently. Oh. How do we tell if it's inside or outside? Apparently this one's outside, but I don't know how we tell. I totally forgot to consume foods. Give me the second boss. Yep, second boss. Oh god. I see. Oh my god. Right, I know how this works. Hello again. Oh god, I need to save. I just stood in the bed. I did not save the black mage, unfortunately. Yes, welcome, Elilith. Yeah, you're here for the last dungeon. We're on to the next dungeon, which is 97, so... Well, there's 2 more dungeons after this and 2 more trials, probably? Why is he suddenly taking so much damage? I didn't even have to use Sinistry. Oh, That's a lot of markers. This is still story related. Basically, we are taking revenge on the big bad ships. Ow. I think we're actually at like the last boss behind that door, maybe? For this dungeon? Actually, I want to try that on. Yep. This is the last boss, based on there being a cutscene. Why does he not have a voice? Ophidian Outrider. Xander the Snake Skinner. What does a greatsword look like? Interesting. Did I cast Horoscope? Maybe? Okay, I might have made a mistake. I might not have cast a heal to buff the Horoscope. Okay, surely this guy has like a second form. His health is dropping way too fast. I don't like that. I was right to not like it. I should have not liked it more. So like surely this guy has like a second form, right? Surely this dungeon is not going to end in like 3 seconds. I'm getting pat by the monk. To be fair, the tank is a paladin. I'd say there's like a decent chance that they can do it just by themselves. Yeah, this is a second form. Yeah, it's an interesting attack. It's like a cone here, a cone there, a cone here, a cone there. I do like to see, like, as far as I know, that's a new type of displaying a mechanic. Okay, so like the whole half of the arena goes boom. I see. That is what I was not seeing before. Yeah, so like, the thing is, in an MMO that's as old as this, it's really hard, in my opinion, to like think of new mechanics that haven't been used before. I think we're gonna see the mechanic I'm about to talk about. Yeah. This mechanic, as far as I know, is pretty much a new mechanic. I do like to see that they have like added a new mechanic in. Oh wait, it's both. Oh, I see. So, it's a cone that you can, it's the rectangle that you can see, plus the entire half that is on explodes. Plus, depending on whether it's a full guard or a rear guard, it's also a cone in front or behind it. So there's only 1/4 that is safe. Except for I guess the first and last, there's 1/2 that's safe. Okay, yes, the dungeon is over. Yeah. That is... I can't use Samurai Blade. Oh, what if this is 3 friends? Why is everyone so small? Because we're all Lullafels.
What greeted us was not the home that I had left behind. There was no mistaking we had reached Yassulani, and yet it was wholly unlike my memories. The lands of my childhood had changed beyond imagining. To where had I returned? We tread on, the darkened skies above a mirror to my heart, clouded with fear and uncertainty.
How bizarre. This cannot be Yassulani, can it?
I do need to provide like a summary of why we're here after this cutscene ending. Looks like it is. Okay, so you remember the last dungeon that that we had to fight the boss a few times. So that was like the end of the first arc, right? Which was her becoming the leader of the city. after that, went up north, and Erinville was basically being our guide, and more or less, the main objective was to go to his hometown, which is that over there. But then this dome came up, and now instead of like Wild West or whatever, this is what his home now looks like. When the dome came up, we went back to the city to defend, which I think, yeah, you did see the old leader dying, I'm pretty sure. And then since then, we made a train, which we basically use as a bomb to break open the other side of this building here, which is the only way inside the dome. And then we fought our way through, which is the dungeon that you arrived today during. I was prepared for something strange, but this is like another world. I don't understand. You may now enter Vanguard with a party of NPC avatars. To make use of this feature, open the Trust interface located under Duty in the main menu. Which, wait, how close is my Pictomancer for meddling? Okay. My Pictomancer's gear is apparently pretty bad. And I didn't get any caster gear. I will queue for this. That should get us to 97 on Pictomancer. And hopefully we don't skip it, not skip it, but miss any Q pops through cutscenes. It doesn't make sense. That tower, was it always there? No, definitely not. Nor the wall over there. The material's not something we use in Tural. It's closer to what we saw at the gate to the Golden City. Or those mechanical soldiers. Also, I forgot, we learned that this little Lullafell in the yellow is, from another world. The same world, actually, as all these bad people. But she isn't a bad person. Such a massive structure couldn't possibly have been built in so short a time. Then I'm inclined to assume we're being transported to another location. Or perhaps... well, speculation will avail us naught. We need to learn more before we can draw conclusions. Let's take a look around then. Oh look, there's someone else doing the MSQ. Oh look! It's your favourite, a cat girl. Yeah, wait, what is that gear actually? Vanguard Armor of Maim. This is all the gear for... yeah, like almost all of her gear is the gear from that dungeon we just did, but for like the heavy melee classes. Whereas, like, the caster stuff looks like this shirt I'm wearing. And this... Not the helmet. This shirt, and jacket and stuff is the healer gear. Caster gear is probably like the same but a different color. It looks like a train station, doesn't it? That must be Yassulani Station, where the passengers disembarked. Then perhaps we'll find someone to talk to there. Let's go and investigate. I'm gonna actually... Oh, she doesn't have the thing, the headpiece from that dungeon. You can hide your headpiece, and also if there's a visor you can pull it up. I was wondering what the headpiece looked like. Damn, that's a fast mount. Or maybe she bought the riding speed. I don't know if... No, wait, she couldn't have. She couldn't have. She just arrived here. That's just the mount is faster. I'm pretty sure this is Yassulani Station. But from the state of it, I'd swear it was abandoned years ago. I'm not sure what to make of this. We should look around a bit more. You find a turntable. The thick layers of rust suggest it hasn't been used in years. The tracks are heavily rusted. It would seem they haven't been tended to for a long while. This building is a rotting husk. It has clearly been many years since anyone lived here. So I did a tune. That is good. Finished poking around, have you? Let's gather everyone. Then, I want you all to take a look at this. It's a cutscene. Hopefully my dungeon doesn't pop. It's one of the mechanical soldiers, long since broken apparently, but I'd say its presence confirms this is indeed Zoraljar's domain we're in. What about the rest of you? Did you learn anything? So this evidence suggests this is Yassulani Station. And no doubt, I've no doubt we're in Yassulani, but I don't understand why these buildings are so run down. They were completed barely a year ago. For new structures to deteriorate and enormous ones to appear in a flash, if I didn't know better, I'd say time flows differently here. Is such a thing even possible? We've encountered this phenomenon before, as it so happens. Though it might be difficult to believe, our world is but one of several. In some respects they are similar to one another, but in others wholly different. We call them reflections. Simply put, the rift between dimensions causes time to flow at different pace in each world. While hours pass in one, years may have come and gone in another. But if this is Yassulani, then we should still be in the source. The flow of time should be synchronized. I'm not sure I follow all this talk of reflections and dimensions, but if Erenville says this is Yassulani, then it must be. Your village is a little further along, right? Erenville? Oh, yes, it's a short distance to the northwest. Let's head there then. Rather than talk theory, it's always better to confirm things firsthand. May I be of assistance? It's still functioning? It doesn't seem to be hostile, at least. Perhaps we can ask it some questions. Can you tell us where we are? Unable to confirm credentials. Please present citizen identification. Unable to confirm credentials. Confirm. Confirm. It seems it's broken after all. Too strange by half. Let's leave it be and get going. Yes, let's get going so I can not miss my dungeon pop. Are those lightning rods? Would you accompany me for a moment? There's something I wish to investigate. Okay, while we go down there, I'm gonna play the ad. I mean, it doesn't really matter if the ad goes in this dungeon, but I'm just gonna do it now while we're just running down somewhere. That is for people on Twitch. I don't think other platforms have ads currently for me. I don't. I really don't think that the other ones do. Look there, the lightning appears to be drawn to those pole-shaped structures over yonder. The design suggests there's some manner of lightning rod. Let's go and take a closer look. I pretty much could have predicted that's what he was gonna say. Damn, that guy's a weird, I mean that species, type of enemy, whatever. How's that even pronounced? Kawahealoa? I guess. Kawahealoa. I want to fight one. Did they do anything interesting? Whoops. I guess not. That was a very boring enemy to fight. This material appears to be the same as used in the mechanical soldiers and warships. On closer inspection, it appears to bear fine etchings, rather reminiscent of the arcane runes. These, I suspect, they're merely not decorative. I would post that it's used to harness lightning as a source of energy. Quite impressive technology. I'll share this observation with Stolif. For a blessing, the dome doesn't appear to interfere with link pearls. Thanks for accompanying me. Let's head to the village and find the others. The village, which is probably abandoned because it doesn't have a aetheryte. Oh wait, is it gonna be a cutscene? What in the world? There is. Surely it won't pop while I'm in the cutscene, right? Surely it's not gonna pop right now. See, the average time was so long, like 20-something minutes. So if that's correct, like if we pop with the average. I was trying to think. I think we still got like 8 minutes or something. If we pop with the average timer.
My home. It's in ruins. But why? What happened here? And where is everyone?
I had a look in a few of the other houses, but they had clearly been abandoned.
Damn it all. None of this makes sense.
Excuse me? Are you looking for someone?
Is this the one I've heard about?
I apologize for giving you a fright. However, I did have reason to keep to the shadows.
Normal human?
Sorolcha has told me a great deal about you.
You think she's normal?
Sorolcha?
Greetings, and welcome to the realm of Alexandria. I am Sphene, the Queen of Reason.
She's the Queen of Reason?
Queen of Reason?
The heck?
If you are the Queen of Reason, is there perhaps...
Wait, does that mean that she's Sorolcha's wife? Or...
Yes, if you mean to ask if there is a King of Resolve. Zorulja holds that title, and together do we reign.
Are they married, or are they just, like...
Then you are both behind the attack on Tulishola.
Are they just, like, allied
I doubt
as
you're
such?
here to offer us a warm
Not
reception.
allied, but... What's
No,
the word?
you have it all wrong. I am not come to fight.
Political partners, I guess. Co-leaders of the
Zorulja rules
country.
alongside me, but that is a matter of expedience. In truth, we are at odds, he and I. It is at considerable risk to myself and my people that I come before you to beg your aid.
So I wonder what her clothes say.
Our aid. I'll admit I cannot imagine King Zorolja is keen to share and share alike. But if what you say is true, you're still the queen.
Indeed. But I was once the sole ruler of Alexandria.
Ah.
Until one day, he appeared, bent on conquest. In my weakness, I feared his power. So I persuaded him to forego violence and strike a bargain. I would remain queen, and he would receive technology that would empower him to achieve even loftier ambitions, along with the knowledge to use it. A gamble, to be sure, but if it might spare my people...
If I may, the dome surrounding these lands was erected but recently. How is it he was able to not only invade, but instate a new system of leadership in a mere matter of days?
Oh no, it happened.
I've never heard of your realm. And this place is... Or at least was, Yasolani. The house I grew up in is still here. But 3 years ago, that tower and these strange contrivances weren't. Nor was our village in ruins. Where did you come from? And what happened to the people who lived here? You must know!
I realize how confusing this all must be. Truth be told, I don't fully understand it myself. What I can say is that one day, people from your Tuliolol suddenly appeared here in Alexandria. Or perhaps it was we who found ourselves in Tuliolol. Until but recently, we were completely unaware of events taking place
Ominous
beyond the
ticking
barriers surrounding
of
our
incoming penalty.
Does this not remind you of the Crystal Tower? How after the 8th Umbral Calamity, we devised a means to transport the Spire across time and space from the source unto the First. Granted, this is on a much larger scale, if that is indeed what has happened. Not only the people and structures, but also the surrounding environment. Regardless, the people of Lakeland perceived the arrival of the Crystal Tower much as the Queen describes her own experience. Sudden and inexplicable.
Yeah, this cutscene is very, very
You appear
long.
to have a better grasp of our circumstances than we do. Indeed, more than I dared hope.
Or that was not
In which
the
case,
estimate
a
of time.
closer examination of the effects of this phenomenon may afford us more insights. Allow me to take you to the outskirts. A number of the Shatona live there as well. Perhaps your acquaintances are among them.
Hold on. If we accept, there's no guarantee we're not walking into a trap.
But if we're to defeat Zorolja, we need to understand how he grew so strong. Besides...
You're right.
Queen Sphene, before we go, Your Majesty, I have to ask, did you really have nothing to do with the attack on Tuliolol?
Noble Wook Lamart, shall we dispense with the formalities? I'll not deny the soldiers and airships that attacked your people are products of Alexandria. But it was Zorolja, not we, who fashioned them into weapons of war and laid siege to Tuliolol.
So he alone is to blame.
No, I may not have prosecuted this war, but I nevertheless bear responsibility for it.
Perhaps. I know next to nothing about you, let alone what you've been through. So by all means, show us around. I think we'll learn a lot from meeting your people.
Wonderful. If you would follow me.
It's a little odd for the Queen to be walking about on her lonesome.
Is that concern or suspicion? If things should take a turn for the worse, might I call upon your aid? I jest, of course, but you do strike me as the most capable here.
I should really translate, like, the stuff on her gear sometime. Because it does have writing on it. Yeah, how long does my penalty last? 26 minutes. I think it goes without saying, but we're not going to trust her just like that, right? Any way you look at it, a mysterious girl who appears out of nowhere, proclaiming herself a queen, is suspicious. My bag full. Yep. Well, having established that we should be wary, we could use more information. So let's head to this place, the outskirts, and see what we can learn. Perhaps about Sphene as well. I have a solution to make one more. Actually, wait. We get 2 more. Right, 3 more because I have No, I have to remove his shoes from here. The weirdos. So just 2 inventory slots we have that are empty. One day I will clear that out. Probably tomorrow. I trust you have similar farming facilities in Tural? They're completely different from ours. I've got no idea what all those machines do. We settled on this approach after some trial and error. The Turali have their own methods of farming, which they want to continue employing. But the environment makes it challenging. There's too much rain and not enough light. Thankfully, the use of electrope has allowed us to fortify the buildings here, as well as provide what nature cannot. What? Electrope. It's a material we use for myriad devices and applications. Another topic for another time, perhaps. If you would follow me, we're nearly to the outskirts. I can see the aetheryte for the outskirts. This place looked a lot bigger when I was looking at the map. It's not actually that big. Like, it's a decent trek or whatever, but it's smaller than I thought. I'd say significantly smaller even. We found another person. This one is a bunny girl. They have a adventure plate? They do. Odds are they speak English based on their search comment.
Here we are. Though you'll doubtless find much of what you see in Alexandria strange, the traditional agriculture practiced in this village at least should be familiar.
Queen Sphene? What business brings her here, I wonder?
The queen has come!
I notice all those people have those
You
head
look well,
things.
Paquine.
I don't know what they are, but they revive Zoralja.
And Catogne, I see you've already taken to your new position.
And also made him go Super Saiyan.
When she introduced herself as queen, I was expecting someone colder. Honestly, she reminds me of you, Namachi.
Me?
It's only natural for a ruler to love her people. And I should like to know them as best I can. Even the most trifling details.
The more you come to know them, the more you grow to love them. Who they are and what they've built.
That's it. Beautifully put.
And it would appear that she is well loved in turn.
Your Majesty, you honor us with your presence. And who are these fine people?
Tuliolol's vow of resolve Wuk-Lamat and her companions. They come from beyond the barrier, but you needn't worry. They are good people and are to be treated as my honored guests.
The rumors of a link to the outside are true, then. Wuk-Lamat is still so young. Oh, where are my manners? I am Popone, a leader of sorts of the people living out here.
Popone? That is a Tonawautan ring to it.
Right you are. I take it you hail from this region as well? Teshpiani, perhaps?
Yes, I do. I don't suppose you know a woman by the name of Kafkiwa?
Wait, so it's pronounced Kakiwa?
Kafkiwa?
I would have never guessed that.
I'm afraid I'm not sure if I've ever met someone with that name.
Oh. Mother isn't here. But it's a relief to know at least some of the people of Yasulani are alive and well.
Your mother, you say? Now that you mention it, I do see the resemblance.
You know my mother?
I do. Yes.
Then tell me, please, where is she?
I cannot say. Not here, but I promise I will in due time.
I have a question, Pepone. Do you recall what happened the day the dome first appeared?
The barrier? Well, I remember fixing a shelf that had collapsed after a terrible earthquake. Then the ground began to tremble. There was a brilliant flash of light, and... Forgive me, my recollection of it all is rather poor.
You needn't push yourself, Popone. After 30 years, no one could blame you for not remembering.
30 years? As in 30 years in the past?
Absurd though it may sound, there is no doubt in my mind the events that led to the joining of our lands occurred 30 years ago. Which is not to say I understand why our perceptions of the intervening time are so radically different. We only just became aware of the discrepancy when Zoralja's military base was completed, and we were at last able to venture beyond the barrier.
I believed you long dead. To have the chance to kill you myself is an unforeseen blessing.
"30 years. Little wonder Zoralja assumed our father had already passed away.
It's not unlike how time passes differently in the First and the Source. The fluctuating space of the rift between them disrupting temporal equivalence. Perhaps the same holds true here, and time flowed faster within the dome.
Meaning this is a piece of another reflection?
I cannot say for certain, but I strongly suspect that to be the case. And based on the Queen's account, this encampment may have come to serve as a physical bridge between the two planes, after which the dome was forced into the Source's temporal flow.
I just realized you probably have no idea like half the stuff they're talking about right now.
If we're to be certain of anything, we need more information. Sveen, would it be all right if we had a look around and spoke with the townspeople?
By all means.
Time to see what we can see of Alexandria, then.
And its people. I may yet find familiar faces among the survivors from Yasolani.
Even if I don't understand the half of it, I would learn more of this place before we confront Zorolja.
Perhaps you'd care to see how we make our living. Though we have always prided ourselves on the use of traditional Tonawatan farming methods, the use of electro-fueled technologies has led to countless agricultural innovations.
I would join you as well.
Ma'am, please, you needn't trouble yourself.
It's no trouble at all. And I promise not to cause any manner of distraction.
Reassuring words, or they would be had I not heard them countless times before. Very well, but do be careful.
Of course. I shall proceed with the utmost care. Now then, if you two would follow me, we can begin the tour.
So basically, a long time ago, the world was split into like a whole bunch of different shards, more or
I can't
less.
say that I trust her yet, but I trust that her affection for these people is genuine. And that's enough for me.
Which get referred to basically as like different planets or different reflections. Because they're basically all just different variants of the same world, effectively. Or in theory, that's what they're meant to be. This is a weird scenario though, because part of one world has come into another one. Electrope has done much to improve the efficiency of their farming, but hasn't replaced everything. The people wanted to preserve their old way of life, and we did not want to force ours upon them. You went to such lengths so that our cultures could coexist, even going so far as to learn our tongue. I'm sure everyone appreciated that. Communication was thankfully not an issue, for the Turali tongue is surprisingly similar to Alexandrian. Of course, there are words and phrases for which there is no equivalent, but those can be taught with minimal effort. Through mutual respect, understanding, and patience, we Alexandrians and Turali have learnt a great deal from one another. And I'm sure there is much you wish to learn as well, so please, if you have questions, do not hesitate to ask. Isn't that the same cat? That is the same cat. They've... Oh! So basically they put on a transmog. They didn't have the transmog on before. I'm still banned from the duty finder for 12 minutes. Rather than bore you with lengthy explanations, they said 100. Let us head back to the farm we passed earlier. Yupie's Halo, it is called. We can speak with one of the farmers when we arrive. I guess we're off to Yupie's Halo. Massive downgrade. Let the cat girl be a cute cat girl like she wants to be. Just let her be herself. Hopefully after this cutscene I can queue again. Allow me to introduce you to Mahusa, one of the most experienced farmhands in all of Alexandria. She's well versed in a myriad farming. She's well versed in myriad farming techniques. Indeed, the wealth of knowledge she has shared with the other farmers is what has allowed this place to flourish. A Queen's Fiend. So what do I earn this sudden shower of praise? Hey, Bipsy. Don't look. Mute. Spoilers. My apologies for the interruption. I'm come with guests from beyond the barrier. They wish to learn more of Alexandria, and so I invited them to see how our crops are grown. I do hope that's alright. So the rumours of visitors from the outside were true. What manner of hosts would we be to deny them a look around? And I gather your majesty also intended to check on things here? You know me too well, Mahosa? I thought to seize this opportunity to see how the farmers fare, and perhaps pepper them with a few questions, though I do so enjoy observing and taking part in the work too. It would appear we have her permission, so please, walk the grounds to your heart's content. You go on ahead, I'll keep Sphene company. Don't misunderstand, I'm not the suspicious type, but given our positions, it would make sense for us to go around together, wouldn't you say? A fair point. Please be sure to not leave me out of your sight. I shall remain under Wiklamat's watchful eye. Pray, come find us after you've seen your fill and spoken with the other farmhands. Nine more minutes till we can queue. They say that you and yours are visitors from beyond the barrier. Is that true? So it is, which means we're connected to the outside world once again. Not that I have a desire to leave, mind you. I'm quite content with life here in Alexandria. But settling that aside, you're here to observe our work, right? As you can see, I'm in charge of livestock. Here at UPA's Halo, we produce not only fruits and vegetables, but also meat, poultry, and eggs. Tending to the animals is an absolute joy, but I have to be careful not to grow attached. It's always a little sad when they're shipped off. But a job is a job. Well, I need to get back to it, but it was nice talking to you. Please give my regards to the Queen. His name? Kipewi? This place is called UPS Halo. Like the name of this area. Not anyone's name, just the name of the place. Oh, an unfamiliar face? I gather this is your first time on site then? Well, this here's the storehouse, or rather the entrance. The real storehouse is underground, much more spacious, and equipped with a temperature regulation system to keep the harvest from spoiling. Since the entrance is so small, it's much easier to prevent wild beasts from wandering inside, which also makes it a viable facility for breeding and raising livestock. We've even got a few beds down there for emergencies. My parents often complain about how Alexandrian technology and electrotrope complicate our lives, but it's just a matter of learning how things work. Take my job for instance. I'm presently overseeing the storage of harvested crops. They'll be taken up to the tower for processing, and from there find their way to every dining table in Alexandria. The work is hard, I'll not deny, but I take great satisfaction in what we do. Light levels appear to be fine. As for the power source... Huh? You wish to know about my job? I tend to the fields, mostly. Watering the crops, keeping the soil fertile, and so on. It admittedly took some time until I fully understand how best to carry out my duties. I also manage the lamps we use in the fields. We do our best to keep everything up to code, but should they ever start to malfunction, it's up to me to fix them. The land and sky being what they are, ensuring a rich harvest makes for constant work, but honestly, I enjoy how involved the process is. With my appearance being Alexandrian, I didn't grow up knowing much of anything about farming. Every day is an opportunity to learn and grow. Where is she? Over here. I see. Don't be too hard on yourself. Anyone would have been hard-pressed to deal with such a thing. Oh, welcome back. My apologies for failing to notice your return. I gather you've had your fill of speaking with the farmers. Then let us return to Mahuswa. Mahusa. Something like that. Cutscene. Well, what are your impressions of the farm? I was amazed that everyone loves their work. A curious observation. Do you not love your own work? Oh, I jest. It's true that the people of the outskirts seem the most fulfilled. Always, they take to their duties with good cheer. And what did you think of our little tour, Lamati? What did you call me? Was that inappropriate? My apologies. I heard the others call you by that name, and I thought... No, it's fine. As you've said before, we've no need for titles and formalities. As for my thoughts, I was very impressed. That machines could be used to overcome such a harsh an environment is amazing. I've never seen anything like it. The feeling is understandable. Indeed, many still find the machinery behind me baffling. It's a system that controls the distribution of water for the fields and livestock. It's been acting up lately, though. Acting up, you say? You needn't worry, my queen. It happens fairly often. But simply, it's taken in water that had a strong lightning charge. We think some creatures have become charged up with their energy, and they're releasing it into the river we use as a source. The system would return to normal if the creatures were dealt with, but I'm reluctant to beg it of the army. Well, we could take care of it if you'd like. That is most gracious of you to offer, but it is much too dangerous. Oh, it's no trouble for the vow of resolve of Tulioli. Regardless of how the relationships between nations may develop, there are people in need. I want to help, simple as that. And Zelulu is even stronger than I am. It shouldn't take us long at all. Well, then very well. I gratefully accept, but please, take all care. This ought to go even faster if you and I search for lightning charged fiends on our own. Good hunting. penalty's almost over. I guess I hunt these and I queue up a... Actually, I might as well switch now. This might make it like slightly hard, but these should be weaker than normal enemies, so it should be fine. But that should help with their one too, since they help with mine. Can I even like rush over there in time before they lose the hammers? Oh, I can. Probably. Maybe. The closer I get, the least confident I get about that. I don't think I can. I'll wait till I can recast the thing. Okay, there we go. Now we can queue up. Which is apparently a very short queue. Now, I'm not going to turn in the quest, okay? I'm going to take a very short break. I'll say 5 minutes again, but it'll be less. I'll probably just come whenever the dungeon pops. I know, we'll see. But yes, break now. Hello, I'm back. It's nearly popped. We can nearly do the dungeon that might be the dungeon that has the voice lines that people know. I don't know, there's like 3 dungeons it could be, right? It's this one, or is the third one a trial? Or this one? And then after that I can continue the story quest. And I'm actually just gonna check. Oh wait, I need to remove the text. Here we go. I'm gonna check how far away I am from... What am I looking for? What quest is this? A day in the life. Okay, we are close enough to 98 quests, which was sort of my goal for today. Apparently that guy plays solo, that's why he's in a party with us. Which being a healer named I play solo. I've been there. I have been there. Hold the mug attack until they're stacked. Ow. A little bit of ow. I might get another one off. Yeah, there's just it's like a really old dungeon. That's about all I really need to say about it. I don't know if there's ads. Oh, I don't want to go that way. I guess not. I really wish I got that third hammer off there. It was like such a big burst. I guess it's time for the third hammer now. I was lying there. Okay. That was right on the edge. Is that the hardcast hammer motif? There's like decently sized chunks that they just removed from this dungeon more or less too. It's not like it's a bad thing, necessarily. I remember this boss has like a big ass cutscene before. I think she does. So I'll see if I can shoot the Moog. Or at least there. Okay, we did get that one. Enjoy reading boss's text for like 3 minutes. Chances are you might see this in a day or two again. Oh, the Mog skill is on a cooldown. I didn't realize it had like a 30-second cooldown. I think we do one more hammer, probably. Not sure if we're gonna get like another Moogle attack off. I think we can. That's too much of a stretch. There's no way we're actually going to be able to do that. So, Victim answer is 97 now. We continue the MSQ. Ah, you're both alright. Thank goodness. You really needn't have worried that so much. We barely broke a sweat dealing with the fiends. They're all gone now. Of course I was worried. You're my dear guests. But thank you. We truly appreciate this. Indeed, with this we won't have to ask Zoralja's machines for help. He's been making a concerted effort to bolster his forces, sparing but a fraction for the people's protection. He thinks nothing of our safety, unlike Queen Sphene. That's enough, Mahusa. If you have grievances, I'll hear them later. But to speak of the king now... No, she's right. He's never been one to look after his people. Anyway, thanks for letting us tour the farm. The folk here are delightful, and it was a pleasure to meet them. You couldn't have favoured us with more uplifting words. My people are pride and joy. And you never let us fail to let us know, nor how much you care. Of course, you're my precious family, all of you. You seem like a good sort, Sphene. I'll admit that. But you'll forgive me if I'm not ready to lower my guard for the enemy queen just yet. For you to be called that, I dread to imagine what villainy your majesty has committed. Come on, this is no laughing matter. A ruler is responsible for the welfare of countless lives, and one wrong decision can lead to untold suffering. Failure is unconscionable. Whatever that word was. Now, I believe we are done with the farm. Let's move on, shall we? It keeps giving me foods. My inventory is like full. Perhaps we should head back to the outskirts. I dare say your friends will have also returned by now. My thanks again for dealing with the fiends. Come and visit us anytime. Actually, I should be doing this as Astrologian, shouldn't I? I don't know. Astrologian's a level higher. I can do it as Pictomancer. Do you hear that?
What's happening over there?
It's nearly time.
I'm glad you could make it.
Are you with us?
Queen Sphene has come to see you.
We're here, Namika. Everything is going to be all right.
Oh,
What's the matter, dear?
It can't be. That's the bangle I gave to Namika.
You know her?
Of course I know her. She was like a mother to me.
I see. She was always willing to lend a kindly ear to others, but rarely did she ever speak of herself.
Is it really you?
She must have arrived shortly before the barrier manifested. For us, it was perhaps days, but for her...
Namika, it's me! Wuklamat!
I'm afraid her time with us is nearly at an end.
Has she no more soul cells?
She always used hers sparingly, but at her age, it wouldn't make a difference.
Ma'am, the ushers have arrived.
Thank you, Namika, for your many years of friendship. Take comfort in the knowledge that this is not the end. Be not afraid. Your memory will live on, in us.
Living on in memory. The Giants share a similar belief.
Wait! Where are you taking her?
Worry not. She is being escorted to a medical facility in the tower. There we will ease her burden. I had hoped to make arrangements for her sooner, but she wished to remain here for as long as possible. I could not bring myself to refuse her.
Is there any way I might stay with her for a little while longer? We may not share the same blood, but she was my mother. Please.
Let us give them some time alone.
She didn't speak, but I'm grateful that I could be with her at the end. Thank you.
It's not the end.
Hmm?
Oh, nothing. I was just thinking that we have much to discuss. Where shall we begin?
Do they beam
With
her
what we can be
brain up
reasonably
into the
certain of,
computer?
perhaps. Between what we have witnessed and the testimony of Alexandria's inhabitants, it's safe to say that two distinct lands have indeed become one. What's more, having met Namika, there is no denying the divergence in the passage of time. Taken together, these phenomena strongly suggest that some manner of cross-rift displacement has occurred. Specifically, the displacement of Alexandria from another reflection to the source.
It does seem the most likely explanation.
Hey, 02 Rainer.
What perplexes me, however, is the scale of said displacement. It far exceeds what could conceivably be achieved with a void gate, or even with the Crystal Tower. In essence, we are dealing with a localized instance of dimensional compression. The Ascians would no doubt liken it to a rejoining. Which invites the question, how was such a feat accomplished?
I wish that I had an answer for you, but this talk of reflections and dimensions is well beyond my understanding. I can only tell you that we lived peacefully under the barrier's protection for many, many years, until the day that peace was suddenly broken.
If I may clarify, the barrier predates Alexandria's displacement.
By several hundred years, yes. To when the continent we call home was ravaged by a devastating cataclysm. The barrier was erected to isolate us from the surrounding land's innocuous influence.
I see. And it was only later that it was whisked away, along with its contents, by means unknown.
In other words, Sphene's as lost as the rest of us, right? The Alexandrians didn't mean to end up in Tural.
Ah, but of course, our next stop ought to be Everkeep. That tower over yonder. Once you have been registered as my guests, you will have access to Solution 9 and its residential district, where you will doubtless gain invaluable insight into Alexandria's state of affairs.
A little sus that she didn't.
Unfortunately, I cannot take you directly to where Zoraljar resides.
You know, she kind of just ignored that.
That you'd let us in it all goes a long way toward proving you're not content to let Zoraljar do as he pleases. But we're not talking about a simple difference of opinion here. I've come to avenge my father. And to do so, I intend to take Zoraljar's life. Are you willing to stand by and allow Alexandria's king to be slain?
A fair question. Permit me to answer it thus. My people come first. Their welfare is paramount. I will do everything in my power to keep them from harm. It is a ruler's duty. Now, I am off to register you at Everkeep. It may take some time, but you shall find the entrance open to you in due course. Oh, and ere I forget, your mother, Kafkiwa, you might try the Thunder Yards to the east.
The Thunder Yards? Is that where she is?
I am afraid I can say no more than that. Make for the Thunder Yards, and all will be made clear.
Not as if we have other pressing business. Not until we can get into this Everkeep, anyway. Thank you for earlier. And for being a friend to Namika these past 30 years. It means a lot to me.
Namika? I'm sorry, but I don't know who you mean.
What? We were just with her. If this is some sort of a joke, it isn't funny.
I don't mean to give offense, but I honestly have no idea who you are talking about. I'm sorry.
How can you not know who she is? You're in charge here. She was under your care.
Then in all likelihood, my memories of her have been stored in the cloud.
Stored in the cloud. And her brain was stored in the cloud too, wasn't it?
Any person seemingly forgotten without reason is probably there, in the cloud. Oh, I really must be getting back to work. If you'll excuse me.
It's not the end, it's just the beginning. Stored in the cloud. Wait, we're gonna have to fight, like, all these dead people. What's going on? How could Pipolane suddenly forget about Namika? It's as if he never knew her. Would the same thing have happened to the others as well, I wonder? There's only one way to find out. Let's make inquiries about Namika in the area. We can reconvene afterwards at the Aetheryte. Yep, stored in the cloud. But it's just the beginning. And a woman named Namika? I'm afraid I don't know that person. I'm sorry I couldn't be of help. I do recall you're caring for someone until recently, and you say it was a woman named Namika? While I can't say for certain it was her, I wouldn't worry. I'm sure she's just been taken up to the cloud. This isn't the right way. What's that? Do I know a Namika? Never met anyone by that name, and I've worked at the outskirts for a good while now. If she'd spent any time here, I would remember. Okay, I'm gonna put the ad on for people on Twitch. After that, I will go to new place. What's it called? Solution 9. And then they get a run around or whatever for 2 minutes. I'm really curious about these pipes, if they're just like randomly placed, or if they're like make something. Unfortunately, we can't, like, fully seal the pipes. Also, there are a bunch of, like, random wall pipes, so I don't think all of the pipes, like, make up something as such. Still like 40 seconds, apparently. What does this guy say? Even if it's all for research purposes, I simply cannot stand being out here. With all this lightning and whatnot, only a fool would choose to live in a place like this. Oh, there's another nearby person. Actually, did I attune to this place? I did not. We'll attune and then we'll wait at the destination. So it was the same for everyone. Not a single person remembers Namika. It's as if their memory of her is being purged from their minds. While such a thing might have been done with magic, to alter the memories of so many people at once would be a tremendous undertaking. We would have felt a surge of aether corresponding to the Act 2, and I sensed none of that in the moment. Neither did I, but I did notice something else. Right before Peplanev seemingly forgot, a light in the device on his head began to blink. Could there be a connection? Someone also said something about soul cells. But who might we ask about this? If we continued making such inquiries, I suspect we would only cause confusion. Indeed, if we can't readily solve the mystery about Namika, perhaps we could search for... what's her name? Kasua? Or something? Kakua? I don't remember. Instead, Sven said to try the Thunder Yards. It should be in this direction. Impossible! Huh? Another kind of mechanical soldier? It looks dangerous. We'd better destroy it. Ah! Should we give chase? I think it understood our words. It might be worth asking it some questions. Aaronville, are you alright? You look like you've seen a ghost. It's nothing. I'm fine. Well, it went off in the direction we headed anyway, so let's try to track it down. So going over to one of the... we're going over to there. Well, eventually we're going over to there. I say eventually, it's gonna be like, talk to people 2 or 3 times and we'll make it there. I guess maybe wait 2 or 3 times. I guess maybe also some cutscenes. Probably short ones. You found it? To the northeast? Then it must be bound for the mines. Come on then. It could be a trap, so let's not rush in too quickly. I heard faint voices coming from inside, but it's not alone. But we're still going in, of course. This may be a trap. Be ready for a fight, everyone. I'll grab the Aether Current. I can hear them. Several people up ahead. I can't make out their conversation with all the echoing. Let's keep going. Stay on your guard.
What is this?
Aaronville!
A trap?
It really is you! Huh?
Same! Huh?
Who?
I just have to get a look at you in the light. And I can still hardly believe my eyes. But it is you, my darling
Elanishbia. Okay, that's how you say his true name.
Darling, what now?
Oh, it's so good to see you, my fussy little bun bun. But what are you doing here? What brings you all this way?
Fussy little bun bun?
Why the long face? Aren't you happy to see me after all this time?
I know that laugh anywhere. Mother?
Wait. Since when was your mother a weird floating thing?
And what have we here? Say, aren't you Galul Jaja's kitten? I knew I recognized that adorable fuzzy face. Elanasphere was always so excited whenever you invited him over to play. You remember me, I hope?
I can't say that I do, but you know my father?
Appearances notwithstanding, it would seem this is my mother, Kafkiwa.
Kafkiwa. Isn't that a different pronunciation to what someone said earlier?
I'm sorry?
I'm not gonna remember that.
Come in. Friends of my Elanasphere are always welcome.
Kafkiwa.
All I ask is a little forewarning, but no.
Kafkiwa. I'm not remembering that tomorrow.
Just when I thought I was starting to get a handle on this place. How are things still getting stranger?
So there's no way that thing is the mastermind behind it all. We have much bigger enemies that have their own motives. As far as I can tell, this is indeed my mother. I can think of few people in the world quite so spirited. But as to what happened, we'll need to ask her. Let's hear what she has to say. It's so wonderful to meet you all. And the students of Baldesian, it's been a while since I heard that name. Dare I ask the reason for your appearance? Oh, this? It's just a body that I control remotely. I use this for our operations. We're members of a resistance organization. Oblivion, we call ourselves, and our goal is to thwart Zoraljar's ambitions for conquest. As the leader, it's prudent I remain where I can't be easily found. I see. Whimsical appearances notwithstanding, yours is a serious cause. Right you are, though truth be told, Oblivion was founded for an altogether different purpose. And that is... As I expect you've already noticed, everything you see within this dome, the buildings, the people, the very earth beneath our feet, is a fusion of two worlds. Stopping such a fusion was Oblivion's original mission. Then does that mean you know who or what is responsible for it? I'm afraid not. That was a long time ago, and our mission statement has become more of a legend that's passed down to the members. By the time we joined, our sole objective was stopping Zoraljar. But we failed to do that, and now he's taken his army outside the dome. None of you wear those strange devices on your heads. Does that have something to do with your work? You mean this? It's a regulator, the pinnacle of electro technology, and that we don't wear it is indeed related to our operations. But what exactly does it do? Allow me to explain. Regulators have two primary functions. The first, as the name suggests, is the regulation of the wearer's reserve souls. Should they die, the regulator expends a soul to bring them back to life. Reserve? You mean people walk around carrying spare souls? They do. Souls are packaged in cells, and they can be used to replenish the life force that is lost due to sudden death, such as in accidents. They do nothing for those who die of old age, though. The distribution of soul cells is based on one's work evaluation, to encourage exemplary performance when fulfilling their duties. Can it run Doom? Probably. Probably. Souls is a common resource, and payment for services rendered. The void-sent practice of consuming others for their aether comes to mind, and similarly I expect that the act comes with some risk. Doesn't it dilute your sense of self? That is prevented through memory management, a process in which regulators also play a role. Memory management? And the reason everyone has forgotten Namika's existence. The regulators are constantly recording the memories of their wearer, so if they should suddenly die, their memories can be refreshed as part of the restoration process. That is how they preserve one's identity and sense of self. However, the regulators are also triggered when someone else dies. Reason being that the regulators forcibly extract memories relating to the deceased from anyone wearing one. Why would they do such a thing? It is a kindness bestowed upon by the people by Everkeep's core system, so that no one has to suffer the pain of loss. So that is what they meant by their memories being in the cloud. Indeed, all memories of deceased are wiped from the minds of people and archived in this system. It's a frightening function of the regulators and an integral step in soul cell production. You see, when a person dies of natural causes, their soul is temporarily housed within the regulator. Then it's delivered to the facility where memories are separated from the soul. The result is a fresh soul cell free of impurities, ready for distribution and consumption. I'm noticing an issue here. If one person makes one soul, and they're handing out souls to people who do good work, to hand out one soul to people who do good work, in theory, if that's like half the population, no, actually, I guess that doesn't work out too badly. if that's half the population, I mean, you're assuming that they only do one with this, right? Maybe half the population gets one, or like, no, let's say like, for an example, if 40% of the population gets one, and 10% get, say, 6, then that would mean that you'd have to have like a 1-to-1 ratio of adults to children. So like, I mean, parents to children, right? So there has got to be some crazy management going on with this whole system of who actually get one based on the presumed deaths versus births. Meanwhile, the memories are stored in the core system to be remembered forever. And this is why people are happy here? On the surface it's similar to the Yokoi philosophy, but I see nothing noble or comforting in it. Well, it doesn't seem so terrible to me personally. All comes down to what you're used to, I suppose. Like the barrier encasing Alexandria. This system was created to overcome the calamity that transformed the world hundreds of years ago. Amidst the mounting death toll, scientists used electrope to devise a means to save what lives they could so the nation could endure. I understand the people of Alexandria did what they believed was best to save their people. I just find it hard to believe that the Turali would also accept this way of living. It came to a shock as us as well. In fact, a great many were opposed to it. Which is why the use of regulators was never compulsory. The people have always been free to go without them, if they wish. Sphene didn't strike me as the sort of ruler to impose her will on others. Ah, so you've already met. She's the one who suggested we come to Thunder Yards in the first place. She also said she wants to help us stop the Zoralja. Awfully kind of her to point you in my direction, and to speak so candidly as well. Whatever her motives, she has given the people a choice. Live with the risk of true death, or the security of the regulators. Everything that lives must someday die. That is the natural order of things. Quite right, but however you feel about them, it would be easier to understand what regulators are capable of if you saw it for yourself. I know just the person to show you, and as luck would have it, they should be starting work right about now. What? Sounds kind of fucked up. Who are we going to see exactly? Come with me, and you'll find out. Is this quest just going to be like, this person is going to die? They die every day. And then they come back. Or is this literally like, oh yeah, this person's dying today and we're gonna watch. This person's name is Nostalgia. He's outside somewhere, right? Yeah. Everyone here? Good. It is the responsibility of the Thunderyard's hunters to fell any fiends found wandering the area. We're here to meet an acquaintance of mine, Streaker, one of the hunters. Is it Streaker or Striker? It might be pronounced Striker. It makes more sense. But Streaker looks more correct. I forgot her name already. What's it? Kafsiwa? Kafsiwa? I don't know. What are you doing here? And with so many friends. Apologies for the interruption, but I was hoping they might observe you at work. Hunting, you mean? That's fine, I guess. Hold on. I assume they were wearing special regulators like Queen's Fiend's crown, but they aren't wearing anything at all. It's much too dangerous to be here without one. What if they're struck by lightning or attacked by beasts? I assure you, they're quite capable of looking after themselves. If anything should go amiss, I will take full responsibility. Well, don't say I didn't warn you. Danger aside, there isn't much to see. Halcyon says you're a hunter, but wouldn't it be easier for those mechanical soldiers to guard this place? It would, if not for the fact that they're weak to lightning. The Thunderyard being what it is, they're being ordered to steer clear. Some good they are, eh? But these facilities are vital to the upkeeping of Alexandria's infrastructure, so it falls to hunters like me to deal with any fiends. Given the danger, we're well compensated for our work. It's a perfect profession for anyone looking to build up savings. A special selection of souls for hunters isn't terrible either. I bought this lot here to see the danger you speak of, if it's not too much trouble to ask. Ah, of course. In which case, it would be a shame to waste my efforts on just any old beast. You all can handle yourselves in a fight, right? If you cause a ruckus slaying what critters you see nearby, there's a chance you'll draw out something worthy of a demonstration. I'm not sure I understand, but I suppose we should each slay what we can. That was kinda tough. And there's more. And then probably even more. Nope, just the two, okay. That was kind of getting scary with how much damage I was taking though. I have to kill more here. We have a cutscene. Maybe I have to kill something when I come out of the cutscene. This one will do nicely. We'll help you. It's fine, really. I've faced worse. Just watch. Oh no! Look out! Ah! Well, preserve. She needs healing. That was embarrassing. The bastard caught me off guard. Are you mad? Seriously, let us help. I told you not to worry. This will only take a moment. Oh, she's going Super Saiyan. Just like Zodalja. Come on, let's get out of here. That's also a function of the regulator? I think I understand now how Zodalja was able to return from the dead and defeat Papa, but I'm not sure what we saw at the end there. As soon as the regulator turned red, it was as if you were possessed. Your movements became beast-like. Don't tell me you empowered yourself with the soul of a beast. I'm reminded of the serpentine soldier we encountered at Vanguard who did the same. So you've crossed paths with one of the king's elite? Such a form can only be achieved from gorging yourself on souls. We could do the same, in theory, but it's incredibly dangerous. Besides, it's not as if they'd allow hunters to carry that many souls to begin with. Well, I should be getting back to work. Take care. And there you have it. Regulators can be loaded with two kinds of souls. Those of people, and those of beasts. The souls of people can be used to grant the user preternatural strength. Naturally, they can also be used to ensure no one suffers an untimely death. And what about the souls of beasts? They work much in the same fashion, imbuing you the strength of the chosen animal. If, for example, you use the soul of the wolf, you would grow more agile and feral, as you saw with Streaker. Using several of the same type at once, however, would result in physical changes. Your teeth might become fangs, your nails claws. Too many and you become more beast than man. Changing one's form through souls of other beings, it becomes more and more reminiscent of Void Scent. Yet unlike the Void, where the cycle of death and rebirth is simply broken, souls here are forcibly taken before they might reach the ethereal sea. Different means to achieve similar ends. A cycle to which all within the dome are bound. Can we go back to Cat Girls? Maybe when we get to the city, who knows? This is wrong. This is all wrong. It is indeed hard to accept, being so far removed from our own beliefs. Perhaps more shocking is the technology to achieve all this was developed hundreds of years ago. Civilizations and their reflections are surprising indeed. While we all have our thoughts on souls, for now the important thing is we know what powers Zoraljar has at his disposal. It is one thing to separate corporeal aether from incorporeal aether, but to strip memories from the souls entirely is unprecedented technology. This is no longer only Tuliola's concern. With his newfound power, Zoraljar has become a real threat to the entire world. Indeed, he has to be stopped no matter the cost. I trust you've gained an insight into the use of souls in Alexandria. It's shocking, I know. I was overwhelmed at first. I expect you'll need some time to digest it all. But for now, let's head back to the earth and sky. At this rate, there's something I want to discuss with everyone. Let's take a moment before we head into the tunnel. I'm sorry for delaying us, but I have some thoughts I need to share. In both technologies and values, it's plain there's a wide gulf between Tuliolol and Alexandria. And while Zoraljar knows everything about us, we know hardly anything about what he's become. Indeed, we haven't even seen what lies within that enormous tower, Everkeep. So here I'd like to make a proposal. That is, we work with Koswa and her people. I forgot her name, or definitely for sure. We need to learn as much as we can about the enemy. The quickest way would be to join hands with Oblivion. We've only just met them, I know, and we shouldn't be too quick to trust, but the fact remains that they share our desire to stop Zoraljar. Sphene too claims to be at odds with the King of Resolve. May I ask why you would cooperate with Oblivion instead? It's simple really. Their leader is Erenville's mother. Meanwhile, whatever Sphene may feel, she's a ruler of this nation. There's a greater risk risk in working with her, and less reason to take her at her word. A fair point. And knowing Zodalja, we must assume that his arrangement with Sphene was not made without some consideration. All I know is it would have been heartening to have allies in this strange realm. I think everyone would agree that any help we can get would be welcome. Hold on, there's no guarantee it's actually my mother behind the machine. Without seeing her in flesh, we can't rule out the possibility of a ploy. If it turns out to be a trap, we endanger not only ourselves, but everyone in Tuliolal. As you say, we have no proof it really is Kafsiwa. But I make my proposal in full awareness of this. Whether we're going to war or striving for peace, we need to learn as much as we can. Otherwise we can't hope to do anything meaningful. As it stands, we know too little about this realm. We need to remedy that. We need to study the enemy, and when time comes, strike down Zodalja for good and all. What's more, I trust you, Enrville. You've always had great instincts, honed from your time training under your mother. What if I'm wrong? What if sentiment is clouding my judgment? I trust you as well. That's always the way of it with you. Fine, if you're set on this, then I'll say no more. Then it's settled. Let's head inside and secure ourselves some new allies. And also, the final ad break for Twitch now. And I'm pretty sure we're coming up to where I'm going to end, probably in 20-30 minutes, I would guess. Alright, we're in an ad. For some people at least. I will wait some like 80 seconds. I can't. Oh, you don't have an ad? You're a mute. Okay then. I do hate how like Twitch forces you to put ads or else people get pre-rolls. I'll get a cent out of you. I don't know. What am I looking at? What did I get the last day? Oh god, you're right. Yeah. Yeah, I don't really, do I? Jeez. Okay, well, ads are ending now, apparently. So, what's her name again? Kafswa, I think? Kafswa, there's something I need to tell you and your people. We came here for no other reason than to strike down Zodalja. But I thought he was your brother. Do you really mean to kill your own kin? My kin invaded our nation and murdered our people. As a vow of resolve, it falls to me to bring him to account. I am prepared to do what I must, and I won't hesitate when the time comes. Like us, you and yours oppose Zidalja. In light of this, I propose that we work together to stop him once and for all. She's mad old Dyson vibes. Yeah, I mean, to a degree, but she's the main character, so she can't actually die, right? Like, main character of the expansion. I realize this is sudden, that it's a gamble to trust someone you've only just met. But I trust in the conviction of anyone who shares my goal. So fight with me, I beg you. As you say, our goals align, and I don't doubt your resolve in the least. If you hadn't proposed working together, I would have done so instead. Truth be told, it's been tough going at it alone. While we've gathered ample intelligence, we don't have the strength to take decisive action. Besides, how could we not trust you? My only son is with you, my fussy little bun. He's all the reason I need. Then it's decided, here's to a fruitful collaboration. Thank you, Kasua, everyone. Together we'll achieve great things, I'm sure of it. And let's not waste any time. We've been wondering about Zidalja's whereabouts. Is there a palace inside that tower? After a fashion, the king resides on the uppermost level, but while Queen Sphene has a penchant for going out in public, he seldom shows himself. What's more, his movements are highly classified. Not even his commanders are privy to that information. If anyone knows that where he is at any given time, it could only be the Queen. Even if we don't know his whereabouts, Zidalja will eventually march on Tuliolal again. That's when we can go after him. The drawback is we'd have to wait for the invasion to happen. Innocents would be put in harm's way. There's also the possibility that he'll leave everything to his minions and not command the army in person. No, he'll take the field. What makes you so certain? My brother has always yearned to surpass our father. That's why he attacked Tuliolal. After waiting for 30 years, the first thing he wanted to do was demonstrate his newfound strength. But killing Papa didn't satisfy him, so now he's bent on proving himself stronger than me and Koana, who's bested him in the right of succession. He challenged to strike me down. He wants a duel to show everyone that he's superior to the Dawn Servant, and he won't let his minions deprive him of the pleasure. Then why hasn't he appeared and given you the chance? Surely he's aware of our presence here. At that, I can only guess. Perhaps he wants to dazzle us with his wondrous realm, but if he won't deign to appear, then we'll force him to do so. Even as we gather intelligence, we make no move to attack him. Show absolutely no interest in a confrontation. Knowing him, he'll tire of waiting and turn his attention to Koana instead. He'll attack Tuliolal again, like he said he would. I see, if you believe this is the best approach, then we have no objections. Any campaign against Tuliolal requires that Zidalja lead his forces through Vanguard. We'll have lookouts keep an eye on it day and night. Such a strategy is certainly viable. If we're proceeding with it though, we should warn those outside. Indeed, they'll need time to prepare their defences. I should be glad to coordinate our efforts. I'm in regular contact with Stola, and I will make sure to keep our comrades apprised of developments. You can leave Vanguard to us. We'll send word at the first sign of movement. It seems we have a plan. While we wait for Zidalja to move, you'd do best to prepare for battle, and it begins with familiarizing yourselves with the technology that empowers him. To that end, I'll show you Oblivion's main headquarters. Oh, I thought this place was it. You'll be impressed to know that we're located right inside that tower, in the residential district of Solution 9. hiding a tree in a forest, as it were. The only question is how to get you through the checkpoint. About that, Sven said she'd make it so we could enter without issue. She did? Curious. She's not supposed to have such authority over the sentries. If I recall correctly, her words were that she would register us as guests. I see. Perhaps we're in the clear then. When you're ready, come and meet me at the tower entrance. Now before you head out, give us a moment to introduce ourselves properly, eh? After all, names are good to know when you're working together. While Oblivion has operates all over, we're the main crew here. I'm Geode, the leader of this hideout, and the dependable young twins behind me are Nostalgia and Wayakwe. I'm Nostalgia. It's a pleasure to meet you. My sister and I skipped some things. My sister and I... Where are we? We're born and raised inside the barrier. We've been with Oblivion for 3 years, and our main duties are surveillance and provisioning. Twins, eh? That explains the resemblance. Wayakwe is a Tonawa name, unless I'm mistaken. That's right. Our mother is Tuliolan, and our father is Alexandrian. They wanted us to honour both cultures. They're beautiful names. Thank you. Although I have no memories of my mother, I like to think I carry a part of her with me. So, what made you decide to join Oblivion? We wanted to avenge our father. Ambrose was his name, and years ago he was taken away after a scuffle with a soldier over a disagreement. It was a minor incident, so at first we clung to the hope that he'd be released. But when months went by with no word from or about him, we made the decision to remove our regulators. We had already lost the memories of our mother. We didn't want to lose those of our father as well. They've all forgotten about him now. Everyone who had known him. That bastard. Even here he thinks nothing of his own people. Sometime later, we were approached by a member of Oblivion. Hoping to get justice for our father, we joined the Order. I'm sorry, I don't mean to darken the mood. No, I appreciate you sharing this. Together, we'll avenge your father. Thank you. Something tells me you have what it takes. You introduce yourself too. Go on. It's pretty much the same story for me. And while mine is a Tonawawantan name, I haven't the faintest how things are outside the barrier. It's my dream to go and see it with my own eyes. Our mother's homeland. Once peace is restored, you must come and visit. The worlds are beautiful, the food delicious, and everyone's so nice. You'll love it. And that's us here. You'll meet others in the back room. That's our headquarters. Some of them are a little eccentric, but they have good hearts all. Elena Shipya, one last thing. It isn't exactly my place to say this, but thank you for seeking out Kasuwa. She talks about you so much. It's clear how important you are to her. That's all. Be good to your mother while you still can, eh? Well, we'll let you go now. Feel free to use this hideout as you like. I swear, my brain is just like too sleepy to figure out how to pronounce that. How's it spelt? Oh, Mingwell and Everkeep. It's the cloud, isn't it? Look at all that delicious data in the cloud. It's probably not even the cloud.
You've been consulting with Wook Lamont.
Tona, wow.
No matter. I do not know what you are scheming. But when your realm lay on the brink, you were powerless. You had no choice but to turn to me. Whatever sentiment you may feel for her, it is my power you require. Is it not?
Perhaps. And yet, knowing the love that Wook Lamont bears for her people, how she regards them all as kin, I cannot help but wish to spare her the same pain I have suffered. What's more, her friends possess new knowledge. Were we to work together, we might find another path. I know you're loath to consider it, but is there no hope for peace with Tuliyola? What we've already done may be unforgivable, but it needn't continue. You needn't kill your brother and sister.
I slew my only flesh and blood. Yet you attempt to sway me with an appeal to family. The memory of my father's final moments still fills me with disappointment. Age came for him before I did. For long years, I sought to prove the miracle. And weak as he was, defeating him achieved nothing. To kill them is my only recourse. Wook Lamont and Kona, who bested him as he was in his prime.
They are still your siblings, even if not by blood. That such bonds should mean so little to you.
I am bound to no one. Serve none save myself. I made that clear when first you spoke to me in the Golden City. Remember, I can easily kill your beloved family. If you would protect them, cast aside any foolish notions. Your wisdom and abilities are valuable insofar as our goals align. So think well before you act, Queen of Reason. Wook Lamont, if you are father's worthy successor, then you will find your way to me. But should you fall short, I will lay waste to Tuliyola.
What now?
Right. Kasua's waiting. Let's head to the tower. I think this quest is really short. I have like 25 minutes before I'm forced to play another ad on Twitch. Should also sleep soon. Like I really should sleep soon. There you are. If Queen's Fiend has registered you as guest, you should be able to march right in. And if she hasn't, then you may have a swarm of Zadalja's minions to deal with. Nothing but to see if Sphene has betrayed us, eh? Thank you for your diligent service, friends. My companions and I would like to pass, if you'd be so kind. Hadrana Guide Unit identified What the heck is my brain? Registration number verified. I don't even know what my brain was trying to say. 6 accompanying civilians identified, verifying credentials. Credentials verified. Welcome, guests of Queen Sphene. What a relief. There you have it. It seems the Queen was true to her word. Follow me, everyone. Solution 9 awaits. It's like 8:40. The morning one.
Everkeep. A tower of electrope piercing a perpetual shroud of storm clouds. Occupying the 9th level of this 12-tiered structure is a residential district called Solution 9. In so naming their home, what hopes did its founders harbor for it? And did it prove the answer they sought?
I was waiting for someone to say Cyberpunk. This is like the capital, basically.
Spectacular, isn't it? There are more districts throughout the tower, including industrial ones, but Solution 9 is the largest.
Just being here makes my head spin.
Perfectly natural reaction. A city of shimmering electrope, replete with strange technologies that cater to every conceivable need. We never dreamed of the life back home in Tuliolo. Now, while I go and explain the situation to those in the back room, why not take a moment to explore? I believe lived experiences are far more educational than dry explanations. And you want to know more about Sphene and Zoralj's Dominion, do you not?
You had me at explore.
I had a feeling you'd be keen.
Just to confirm, while we have been allowed inside, are we also permitted to roam?
Absolutely. As Sphene's registered guest, you'll find you're exempt from the sentry scrutiny. The elevator to the uppermost level. I wouldn't go near that. But other areas should be fine provided you act like you belong.
All right then, we'll show ourselves around.
Yes. Familiarizing ourselves with the technology here will help us prepare for the battles to come.
Try not to enjoy yourselves too much, or you're liable to attract attention.
Once you've explored to your satisfaction, come to the entrance to True View in the eastern sector. The way from there is a little complicated, so I'll send someone to guide you.
Understood. We'll see you later.
Mission? Find a cat girl.
I shall speak with the residents. Perhaps one of them will recognize the earring.
Did you really prefer
With this place, how can this all be the inside of a tower?
it being dark over cyberpunk?
So, what aren't you telling me? Where are you?
That I can't reveal yet. Precautions, you understand. Just know that I'm safe. But come, tell me about your adventurer friend. You seem to have a great deal of faith in her. You must have been through a lot together.
You might say that. For instance, we found the entrance to the Golden City.
Wait, what? You did? Kalnishpir, why didn't you mention this sooner?
You want to explore together?
So I just thought
It's
there might
not that I'm
be people
scared or
hanging out in this
anything.
place.
Everything is just so different from home, is all.
So I would just walk into like a ton of cat girls randomly. Like player cat girls. And also Lars. Those like the two most common races. The short ones and cat girls. I think they're like the lizard girls is third most. Tower's inside a tower. I see it, but I still can't believe it. For now, I say we proceed straight ahead. If we feel like we're getting lost, we can always turn around and go back the way we came. It's not a child. Ugh, crossroads already? This place is too much. I have no idea where I should go. Right, I've made up my mind. Let's head to that building there. It's a good choice. That might be where the people are. Like the players. Yeah, this is the last quest that I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna like look around, see if people are here. If I have time. There was a cat girl at the start of the cutscene.
Ah! There you are! Lamati!
The cat girl just walked off the left.
I was worried you might have had trouble at the checkpoint, but I see everything went according to plan.
Well, that's thanks to you.
Now, I know you've scarcely arrived, but I have a request to make of you.
Oh, a request, you say?
Yes, an important one.
I can't wait for this cutscene to be like 10 minutes long. Oh wait, it's not? No, it is. We're going into another place in the cutscene.
I'll say it plain. I want you to make peace with Zeralja.
What? I thought you said you weren't on his side.
We have come no closer to seeing eye to eye, nor do I condone his methods. Be that as it may, I don't want you to fight him. I don't want you to regret a decision made in anger and haste. Unequipped with regulators as you are, the risk is too great.
I appreciate your concern, but you ask the impossible. Zorolja murdered our father. His minions slaughtered our countrymen. He will never renounce his war. As vow of resolve, it falls to me to stop him. I know you love your people too, and so you must understand how I feel. Why I cannot, will not back down.
Tweak.
I do understand. All too well. Let me say only this then. Zoralja will use any means to win. If you would protect your people, return to them at once and prepare. Prepare as best you can. It may ring hollow coming from the queen of an enemy nation. But unlike me, you still have the power to determine your own fate.
You really are a curious one. Look, you needn't worry for us. We have dependable comrades holding the fort in Tulihiola. They'll keep everyone safe, so we can devote our attention to affairs here.
Please.
I won't yield on this either.
So you have comrades on whom you can rely. I envy you.
You know, we'd like to learn more about you.
About me?
To be frank, we're still not sure whether or not you're trustworthy. So, if you have a moment, would you show us around the district? That way, we can get to know you better.
You're asking me, the Queen, to show you around? Oh, but I jest. I'm flattered that you've taken an interest in me. Very well, I shall be your guide. You're my guests, after all, and teaching you about my realm would be a pleasure in and of itself. If you like, I can introduce you to my citizens, too. I consider them family, as you do yours.
By all means, we're in your capable hands.
That you are. This will be an enjoyable and enlightening tour, I promise.
Okay, so are there people in this building? Like players? There is a singular person, apparently. Oh wait, I forgot. We have instances in the city. Let's find the most crowded instance. And see if there are many people in that area. The answer is no. Not if there's only 8 people. There's probably 8 people here, though. Or there's... Oh yeah, there are more. Let's just chill and look at the people here. Okay, this is one of the lizard girls. And then over here we have one of my kind. Over here is a... I don't know. Male human? Over here is a cat girl. 2 cat girls. 2 cat girls. Are there any other players? Not in this area. We can buy a bike. How much is a bike? Yeah, I'm not buying a bike for that much. A bike would be cool though, but I'm not buying it for that much. Is that another? That might have been one of the cat girls from before. Anyway, I'm going to end now, so I'll go find someone to raid on Twitch. Where am I looking? Right, what do we have? Well, someone's doing tabletop RPGs, so I'll raid into them, and yeah, I'll go to sleep. Because it is so late it's early. I'll probably be doing... I'm gonna say level... I want to start a bit earlier than I did today, and get basically up to the last, I guess, section of the story, but we'll see what actually happens though tomorrow. Anyway, bye bye.